Gonna do a bit of audio testing before the stream really starts. My apologies about that, folks. I had to deal with a Discord incident real quick. Just clarifying some things. Welcome, welcome. Thanks, the real Earl of Earth, and thank you for the follow. Very much appreciated. Welcome to the stream. Hope you enjoy your stay. No problem. But if I went 2 weeks without posting in that Discord, so it's perfectly understandable that there's communication issues. It's all good. But I hope you enjoy your stay and enjoy the Elden Ring Reforged, Deathless, all bosses, fire spells only routing that we are doing today. I'll make sure I'm not clicking on extraneous programs, which I think I just did. How's everyone doing today? Normally I'd have the face cam on, but even with the window unit in the back, the office is starting to get tolerable instead of comfortable, so I'm gearing down, clothing-wise. No, I am not naked, promise, but I am in, I'm in really short shorts and a t-shirt, and I don't usually show t-shirts on stream. I at least like to have my usual spring attire when I'm streaming, so that should explain the black camera box in the upper left-hand corner of today's stream. Hopefully I can get the fan on blast next time. No problem. My name is Coinstamp, or Swirling Vortex, or Steven. You may call me whatever would make you feel most or more comfortable. Last time, which was Monday on Elden Ring Reforged, we cleared out a few bosses. Chief Guardian, well, we defeated the Spirit Caller Snail in the Guardian's Garrison, which I expected to take us a little bit longer. The Chief Guardian, Arganthy wasn't a real boss, but because he's an NPC that's in the way, and I have to fight him, he is considered a boss. And then we defeated an ancient hero of Zamor, that's the last thing we did, and then I promptly got too tired to stream, so I cut it short. I'm going to try to stream a little bit longer tonight. I don't know if I could go to 11 Eastern Standard Time, 11 p.m. But I'm gonna try. I'd been meaning to stream yesterday and the day before, but that's the thing about this chess gold in particular has just left my voice in kind of a bad way. It's hard to stream if you're going hoarse, even with medicine. In fact, unless I stay medicated, eventually I go hoarse. I am recovering, but was Spirit Caller Snail hard? The one that I referred to earlier, no. He wasn't as difficult as the one in Liurnia. The one in Liurnia is a nightmare, only because you're having to go back and forth between the Spirit Caller Snail and its summons. This one is just like, I'm gonna summon the Apostle, I'm gonna summon the Noble, and then I'm done. He summoned twice. He didn't summon until he died, which is what the other Spirit Caller Snail does. It summons until it dies. And for some strange reason, I don't know if it was changed in ERR, it is. At least the one in the Road's End Catacombs is. I can't speak for the one in the Spirit Caller's Cave, because I have not been there in vanilla to know. I want to say it still summons an Apostle and a Noble, though. But usually the Spirit Caller Snails are much easier to work with in vanilla. They have defenses of paper, made of paper, whereas they're typically given a much more robust health and defense pool in Reforged. I'm fine with that. Honestly, this one, not this one, but the one in the Spirit Caller cave, let me find it. This one, I'm fine with this one. The Apostle and Noble threw me for a loop to start with, but once I made my way back there, took me only one death, and I figured them out. This one in Liurnia, I wish was changed. I kind of hate it. The one in Liurnia is nutso, bonkers. Well, the real Earl of Earth, if you don't mind my asking, what is your experience with ERR? I know we're both in the Discord, so I know you have to have some experience with it. But I'm curious as to what level you've played through the mod. I get a lot of people who've never played before. That's why I'm asking. The snails are very annoying. Let me see. Where am I supposed to be going? Maybe this way? Yeah, we made our way to the castle, and this was kind of a dead end, so we need to go back this way. While we're having this conversation, I do want to remind people that Elden Ring Reforged is an overhaul mod made by Team Reforged, spearheaded by Kirnifr, of course, as well as Avidian. Those are like the two main devs that I sort of consider to be part of the project, but Team Reforged has 5 people. 5 people, excuse me. I can shoot you, but you can't shoot me. I'm happy with this little exchange. There are approximately 13,000 different changes the mod makes to the game, ranging from new mechanics such as deflecting, perfect attacking. Only 5, as far as I know. There could be more, but the 5 I'm familiar with are Kirnifr, Avidian, Kavu, Hannah Love, and Po Concept. Those are the 5 devs I know of. There could be more. Hannah Love and Po Concept are like modelers, and Kavu is a quality tester. If there are more, feel free to correct me. I always try to make sure I give correct information regarding this mod. It's one of the strengths I pride myself on, is being a resource magnet for this mod. I love it to death. What was I saying? Right. From deflects to perfect attacks, or new bosses such as the Fellthorn Spirit or Fulminating Rune Bear, to side leveling systems such as the Binding Runes. You can find all this and more at the Nexus mod page for Elden Ring Reforged. For those on Twitch, you can type in !ERR, ERRW, or ERRD to get access to the mod page, wiki, as long as it is still functional, and the Discord page. Internet's going crazy? No problem. I'm mostly getting this little service announcement out of the way. It's something I like to do about every couple of hours, just to remind people what we're doing. I get a lot of people who do not know what Reforged is, and so I have to explain it. Yeah, just now getting to that. So, one of the few things that ERR does not touch is Torrent's appearance. So, I have found a mount skin by Apollo Who, H-O-O, Who, like hoot, from the owl, the sound owls make. Apollo Who made this skin. It plays the nicest with Reforged. There are some others. There's the Cuckoo mount skin. Jarrent plays pretty nicely. There are a few mount skins, but for the purposes of runs and having something that feels as close to Torrent as possible, the Falling Star Beast skin is the best. Also, the Falling Star Beast is cute, and it's my favorite boss. It's my favorite boss in Reforged, so having a mount modeled after the Falling Star Beast is just chef's kiss. It's perfect. So, as another point of order, I'll remind people that I have not been here in vanilla, so I'm kind of navigating this blind. I sort of know that I'm going towards a giant crucible-like tower, but that's really about it. Apart from that, and I'm having to kill all the bosses on the way. That's the more important part. If I miss a boss, then it's not an all bosses run, right? Okay, let me try to... Finger creepers are not the easiest enemies in the world. The giant finger creepers are the worst. Out of the two types, anyway. The finger creeper is, the giant ones are just bullies. They attack quick. They're not as quick as the Royal Revenants, of course. Those things can go die in a tar fire, but the giant finger creepers hit hard, and they punish casters really hard by flying into them a lot. I've had my fair share of bad experiences with giant finger creepers. I do not like them. But nothing takes the cake like a Royal Revenant. Nothing. Those things are pure assholes. I wish whichever dev designed... hello, why is there a giant... Is that a humongo finger creeper? In Convergence, they have a giant one that's an Erdtree boss. Holy hell. Hang on. I'll reply to that in a more meaningful manner in a second. What am I looking at? Absolutely horrible boss. Yeah, if it's a Royal Revenant you're talking about, yuck, gross, hate that. Okay. I have never seen the... Okay. So, not only is there a giant finger creeper, there's a colossal finger creeper. What the heck? Was the colossal finger creeper in a different location in vanilla? I'm sort of relying on other people to tell me that stuff now. I'm good for up to 2/3 of the game. Yeah, rip indeed. It's okay. It's routing. I'm not really establishing a baseline. Hey there, Gracker221. Welcome to the stream. Good to see you. Hope you enjoy your stay. Is that a festive emote? It is a rave emote. Thank you. Hope you're doing well. How are you doing? Let's get a shout out for Gracker221. This man, Gracker221, I would not be as well-versed or well-acquainted in streaming programs or as well-acquainted with people as I am, if not for him. He is a Marbles on Stream streamer. That's the name of the game. It's a chat participation game. The streamer sets up or curates a selection of racetracks and marble skins, and the chat types in a command in order to play using marbles on stream, and then after that they watch them either race on a track or play in a battle royale, and other than that, that's it. That's the game. There's nothing else to it. So people network over games like that. And he streams every Saturday and Sunday at 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, as far as I know, with some Saturdays or Sundays being exceptions, but I'm usually hanging out there in that stream every weekend for networking and because I generally like Gracker's style and content. I'll admit that that wasn't my main reason at first, but I've grown to really appreciate Gracker as a content creator and as a person. So being part of that stream is just as much for personal reasons as it is for business reasons. Promise. Okay, I need to collect our runes, our death marker, and then we're going to, you know, not get got by colossal finger creeper. Hate that. Gotta be careful I don't invite the wrath of the finger creeper before I've collected my death marker. Also, I see what it mentioned that there was a crow earlier, and this is that crow. Okay. Also, people on Twitch, say hi to YouTube. Like, hello YouTube, hi YouTube, something along those lines. I am multi-streaming to YouTube. YouTube, you can also say hello. For those of you on YouTube, the same commands I've been uttering, like !ERR, also work for you. You just need to type in asterisk or star instead of exclamation point. I have it set up. Welcome back, the real Earl of Earth. Welcome back, welcome back. Internet went out. Ah, okay, that explains that sentence. I'm glad. Hopefully it's fixed. I would hate if it weren't fixed. I've had bad internet before. It's real sucky. I want to be real careful. You hope? Yeah, that's about as much as anyone can hope for these days. Having bad internet really sucks in an age where internet is required. Always does this after 6 p.m., which was 7 minutes ago. Ah, so you're in the central time zone. That makes sense. Okay. Yeah, I'm in Eastern. I'm on Eastern Standard Time, so that makes a lot of sense. But I guess to kind of Louisiana, yeah, that makes sense. Didn't need to specify that, but I'm glad you feel free enough to do that. Yeah, I'm in South Carolina. Since you do it, I'll do it, which is why. Yeah, Louisiana doesn't have an amazing internet infrastructure from what I understand. For those who don't know anything about me, normally, hi, my name is Coin. I've streamed off and on for about a decade, roughly. I started when I was 23. I used to be a variety streamer, and then I floated to being a challenge runner, and then I took a 4-year break to try to get my bachelor's. Sometime during that process, I came back, became a variety streamer again, and then after a while, I am now a challenge runner again. I've migrated from one game to another over the years. We have beaten titles on this platform, such as Xenoblade Chronicles 2, specifically the non-Torna DLC, just the base game. What else? We beat Dark Souls 1, as well as Dark Souls 3 and its DLCs. I have beaten games on this channel, I promise. But, I generally have a finishing problem with a lot of games. Something comes up, or I eventually change projects for some reason or another, and the next thing we know, we have yet another unfinished series. I'm trying my best to not have that go on, of course. Ring City is by far the hardest Souls game DLC? Yeah. Yeah, I'd probably agree with you there. I think I had an okay time in it. For me personally, the first Dark Souls 2 DLC was the hardest for me. Dark Souls 3, the Ring City had the hardest bosses for me personally. I died over 160 times to Dark Eater Midir. It took me that long to get him down, and it took me 60 deaths to get the hang of Slave Knight Gale. Gale is the best Souls boss. I agree. Although I have musical-related soft spots to the Deacons and Half-Light. I really like the OSTs for those. But in terms of like the combat mechanics and the rhythm, yeah, Slave Knight Gale, hands down. All right, we got it. The worst one is either Midir, Half-Light, or Osiris. And if we're talking about difficulty, Midir, I don't know. Yeah, Osiris is real finicky. When I challenge ran Osiris using 2 different builds. Luckily, the strategy was the same either way. Osiris is, if you don't cheese him, you have a really tough time during phase 2. I need to not be roaming around like an idiot. Alright, there's the giant colossal finger creeper. What I don't know is what to do with him. I'm gonna, like, keep my distance. Try to stay topped off on FP if I can. This is probably an enemy you fight on horseback. And apparently not with this spell. Alright, we have found your leashing range. Good. Give me 1 second. Because this jerk is going to block progress. There's a specific route in Osiris's little fighting arena that I could use. It was a little bit dangerous with whips. I challenged Ran using whips only at first. Okay. Yeah, I needed you to make that mistake. Good. I hope this thing restores all my flasks, by the way. But yeah, there's a route. I'm sorry, did that thing die? It did not die. Unfortunate.
Oh, Erdtree, grant me suck.
Ah, you've played with the audio redemptions. Yes. Anything you see in pink is an audio alert. They are 50 points each. That one in particular, Erdtree, grant me suck. I edited that myself. I found as clean of an audio clip as I could find on the internet. Downloaded it. Yes, colossal. I called the name, ladies and gentlemen. I called the name, Colossal Finger Creeper. Who knew? It makes sense too. Anyway, yeah, that one I loaded up into Audacity, edited the clip of Kenneth height down, stripped out the video so it's just the audio, and bingo, bango, bongo, monkey is your uncle, one audio alert successfully crafted. I've done that with a few of them. Feel free to play around with them. I believe they have an internal 1-minute cooldown. I want to say it's 30 seconds per user. It's something like that. It's a small cooldown, mostly to discourage spam, but... Right. We gotta find where the next boss is. I'm kind of just roaming around with no purpose, and that's not a good look for Deathless routing. Which, for those who maybe aren't in the know, I have Are we getting invaded? Why would I be dismounted except if I were getting invaded right here? Ah! It is you. Unfortunate. I was not looking forward to that. Ah, Rivers of Blood Spammer. Give me 1 second. Unfortunately, I'm out of Cerulean Blast, so I kind of have to really watch my spacing. Yeah, keep walking into that, please. I'll explain a little bit more about my build once I'm done dealing with Okina. Now is not a good time, but obviously I'm using fire spells only. But there are 2 different ways to take that sort of thing. Oh no, I guess there's 3. I mean, if you're a sorcerer, you have the magma sorceries, right? But I'll explain that in more detail once I'm done dealing with Okina. Yeah, walk into this. The NPCs aren't really sure what to do with this particular attack. Nice. Unfortunate. Alright, good. I think I've got enough FP to finish this. I would normally throw something like that on the hit tracker, but I'm not sure if we have to fight him yet. I don't think we do. I'm not new to challenge running, by the way. As I've mentioned already, I think when I was mentioning I was first challenge runner, I challenge ran in Dark Souls 3, and I was actually challenge running hitless then. There are 2 categories I'm known for. One was whips only, new game, in base new game. That one, I believe I had 136 hits that I was working on for that entire string of bosses. And I'll talk about the build in just a second. I want to get this out of the way. I just blanked. Hang on. I need that computer loading screen, or like a looped loading screen. Right. Whips only, 136 hits, but I'm more known for Dark Spells only New Game Plus. And that I got all the way down to 16 hits. And then college happened. Like, pursuing a bachelor's degree happened. And so I switched to being a variety streamer and kind of took a hiatus for a bit before I came back in 2018, 2019, something like that. Anyway, build time. If you guys want to know more about the build, of course you can just use exclamation mark debuild or star debuild if you're on YouTube, and you'll get a nice written excerpt. But just to kind of go over the build, we're running an arcane-based build, as you can tell by my obviously really high arcane of 97. I am trying to get to the hard cap. Might as well. We've got the room to do it. We're wearing gear that at least attempts to boost something that we're doing. And then we're really all in on incantations. I have an incantation booster, spellcasting speed booster, mind, and maximum FP for even more of a speed boost. And then Green Turtle Talisman, even though we have 30 endurance, the Green Turtle Talisman is just such a obviously useful talisman for anyone to have. I feel like it's practically a requirement if you're going to be running anything serious. Okay, if this is all the Church of Repose is, then I don't feel the need to... We didn't have to come here. while I haven't been updating the route sheet as of late, let me show you guys that as well. If you guys want to see this for yourself, you could type in !DRoute or *DRoute if you're on YouTube. Let me turn on the dark options. I haven't been updating this as of lately, but I will get back to it soon. I guess we're not that far off from being updated. I just need to put a note in about the chapel. But this document contains all the notes that we have written down during the routing process so far. We are currently up to 16 pages. I expect to be up to 20 pages before the route is really done. That said, what I plan to do with this document is once we complete a route, we're gonna have a non-game streaming day. It's gonna be like just chatting. That's gonna be the stream category. And the whole time is just going to be going over routing notes and, you know, having music on and, you know, you guys can ask, it'll be an AMA too. It'll be a bunch of stuff, but the idea is going to be that you guys can help me comb over these notes if you want to. If you have any suggestions, you can put them here, etc., etc. And, you know, we'll have a curated route note sheet that we can use for the second routing. I want to route at least twice before we do any real running. Because, you know, I'm no Gino Machino. Gino Machino is a Soulsborne streamer on Team Hitless. He is known for achieving the Elden Ring first hitless run in 10 hours. Reforged is not that kind of game. In Elden Ring, you can cheese the living crap out of stuff and trivialize the first third of the game. Cool, great. In Reforged, you just can't do that. You have to engage with all the little minutiae of the game, like the binding runes or, you know, collecting rune pieces or learning how to deflect attacks properly. You can't just Omega lol cheese things into oblivion. It doesn't work. So I think more realistically, this kind of hitless runs, or I'm sorry, I say hitless. This kind of deathless run is gonna take a probably a solid week. And if I could hammer it down to like 3 or 4 days, I would obviously love to do that. But you can't always rely on that. Also, I'm kind of just, I'm trailblazing on my own. I know this is where the boss is. I want to make sure there aren't other things I need to do first. And we haven't even gotten the Grace site, so I'm glad we didn't go in there yet. Foot of the Forge. I think the Fire Giant's the next boss. Let me find that on the route or the tracker here. Okay. Also, I'm gonna do a couple more scans, and if I have to, I will open up the map. I'll open up some sort of map and look at where the remaining bosses are if I need to do that. Because I have not been here in vanilla. I don't know where all the bosses are. I can hazard some guesses, but that's probably about it. Hello. Glad I found that. There's probably a booby trap waiting nearby. Like a giant troll. I hear that. Ah, okay, we found him. Yeah. Rip. Very much rip. F's in chat, ladies and gentlemen. And also, I want to apologize if I know I don't have the best streaming voice. I'm no Alexa. I am no Markiplier or Jacksepticeye. I'm no Cheese Whiz or Lobos Jr. I wish I was. I don't have that kind of acumen. My voice is neither shrew-like nor burgeoning and deep. If I do that, I actually strain myself. I try to reach those low octaves. All right, let's handle this troll before bad things happen. Come on, Sir Snow Giant. Okay, nah. I gotta be careful because I could get a pot thrown on my head, and if that happens, game over, man. Game over. A rather needless death, but here we are, I guess. Why do I feel like there's a boss out here and I'm just missing it? Well, I'm not letting you throw jars on my head. Okay, so unlike the normal trolls, I have to remember that these mountain trolls will roll in order to reposition themselves. Okay, good to know. Oh, nice. Can't believe... good for the Let's Play. Yes, I'm also doing... Fuck. Yes. I'm also doing a... Right. Alright, we're going to grab our death marker and then not do that again. That's 2 deaths that that were very much avoidable. One was one of them was I didn't know that there was a troll tossing magic pots. The other was definitely my fault. The one with the finger creeper was... I only have myself to blame. So we're gonna try to make our way back over to this rest site and then get going on to the fire giant, who's our other wall. Rykard was our first. Rykard was the first wall we had to conquer, and I get the feeling the fire giant is going to be the second one. It might take us a while to figure him out, is what I should say. Just go ahead and add. Oh, we have a sacred tier too. Cool. I get the feeling I'm gonna need... Actually, I kind of know what the fire giant is like. Kind of. I've seen videos of people fighting him, so I sort of understand. You're not really going to be able to just go up and, like, attack his shackles all the time. Also, he's going to be extra resistant to fire spells anyway. So let's figure out what we do and don't need. Let's see. Bestial Bite's probably good. I want to be triggering status effect when at all possible. So we're going to try like a status-oriented version. We're also going to go for Bestial Vitality and Flame Protect Me. I think that's a reasonable starting loadout. If we need to go and farm rune arcs, then we'll do that. Also, let's invest in binding runes before I forget. Okay, so first I'm going to demo command. So, for bosses, like if people say hi, I'll say hi back. But otherwise, I'm focused on the boss fight. It's nothing personal. I can't choose. I have a tough time between the two, and it's just easier if I pick one. And for challenge runs, you typically pick the boss anyway. Just throwing that out there. Maybe I'll get better and be able to talk during some bosses eventually, but I don't have that type of skill yet. I don't blame people if that's what causes them to tune out or turn away. You want to be able to talk and engage with your streamers, with your content creators. That's totally valid. I just don't have that skill. But I've put out that notice there, and what you do with it is up to you. We're going to go through this crack, and we're going to begin this boss fight in earnest. I'm sorry, we can have help? Alexander! Hey there, friendo. Alexander's good. I like Alexander. Time will tell if you make this boss fight a pleasure or difficult. You guys ready? I other than what I've seen on video, I don't know the first thing about fighting this guy. Good to know that he does that. Oh, he hurts. Okay, most things he's gonna do two-shot me. Yeah, this guy is just real hell. All right. Nothing to do but try again, right? Ah, yes. Speaking of, while we're trying again, if you look at the bottom left of the stream display, you will notice that I have a counter manager in that little display. That is meant to display hits normally. Now, I'm using this in order to track deaths. You might be asking, wouldn't a simple death counter work? Yes, random audience member number 95. A simple death counter would be sufficient, but it doesn't help me practice. I would like to be able to know which bosses I'm weakest against. And it's easy to do that if I actually know which bosses I'm dying en route to versus which ones I'm dying, which ones am I actually spending real deaths on. There are 120 of these deaths that are actual legitimate boss deaths, but for the most part, the rest are platforming errors or dying to random enemies en route. So I know that's where a lot of my practice is gonna go. That's why the route notes are so important. Oh, you just gonna go straight away, huh, bud? It would be nice to summon Torrent, because he moves around so damn much. His hitboxes are so big. Nice. Okay, you better not be slipping. You slip, you die. Where's Eridan's little line about don't thank me when you die? I'm just gonna be slumming it up at the Baldur's Gate Tavern. That is a game I want to get back to as well, Baldur's Gate 3. I was playing a modded series of it on Twitch, on this platform. And, I think at the time that was happening, I just learned that I ran out of college funding. And so I was like, I need to reevaluate some things. Also, my folks that I live with were having to reevaluate their income too, so my streams kind of came to a halt for like a month or two. Then my folks got a grip on their fixed income, and everything seems okay, but you never know what people are doing in the background to ensure things are running in the foreground. Oh, that's happening. I almost feel like Mimic Tier would be a bit better, just so we could like focus on Alexander. Let him be the tank. Okay, you have to roll through that. Wow, that is insane reach. All right, I want my summons to be between me and him, if at all possible. Am I not allowed to target his other foot? I guess not. We'll get Kristoff to take some of the blows for a little while. Man, I really gotta be close on him. Okay, jumping doesn't work, but I want to understand why that particular thing worked. I am gonna practically have no FP left. Okay, the madness procs are how I'm gonna be doing damage this fight. I also have no idea if I'm actually hitting the boss. Oh, there goes Alexander. And there goes me. We're figuring the boss out. I'm not 100% sure what my... I feel like I have to get in close, but it is so dangerous to be up close. I might also need to actually answer the vigor check. And if I have to do that, first off, do we have the actual larval tears for this? Yes, we have 8. If I have to actually answer the vigor check, I'm not going to be too enthused about it. Come on, Alex. Let's try the mimic tier here. I feel that's going to go over a little bit better. I may need rune arcs to counteract the HP cost. Because I kind of need to not be... Actually, I kind of wonder if I should just be free aiming. But I do have to, like, keep an eye on him. All right, Mimic Tier, have at it. Alright, I do need to swap spells or I will bleed out to madness. I can't tell what he's roaring about. Ah, you have decided to start hurling fire. All right. I didn't think Alex would survive that encounter, if I'm being honest. I'm sorry, what? Okay, so for those who are new here, I take breaks. Normally I take them about every hour, so I'm a bit overdue for one. I guess we need to figure out... I might actually have to answer the Vigor check, which is fine. I'll make a note of our spell scaling and figure out what I lose in order to answer it. Which I think is like 4 or 5 points of spell scaling. I think it's 4 based on the current breakpoint. In either case, though, I generally take 5-minute breaks. I run 90 seconds of ads on Twitch. For those on YouTube, it's just kind of a lonely 5 minutes for you. My apologies. I don't have any kind of levers you can press for that. Anyway, thank you guys so much for hanging out with me or lurking or whatever you're doing. All of it is appreciated here in this channel. And with that, I will see you guys after this short break. Thank you. Sorry about that, folks. I am back. Thanks again for keeping me company. Whether you're on Twitch or YouTube, and eventually when I can get up, feel up to it, and can get everything all situated, Trovo. Hopefully everybody enjoyed their slightly extended commercial break. I ended up having to make a drink, and I was struggling with myself to determine what it was for a minute, and then I thought, what if I mixed tea and lemonade together? What do you get? Well, you get a half and half. I had to get the ratio more or less where I wanted it, but it's not bad. It's not evenly mixed, so sometimes I get just pure lemonade and sometimes I get pure tea, but overall, I like what I've made. And, right. Let's get the appropriate challenge screen on first. So, I think more or less the correct decision is to go and talk to Miss Renala and figure out. Let's try to squeeze in some health if I can get it. And I may also want to put the remainder of points into faith so that we can get the blessing of the Erd Tree. So let's take a look at the requirements for this. Here's the correct spell. 38. We need 8 points of faith to go somewhere. And it also gives us Black Flame Ritual, but Black Flame isn't very good on huge chonker bosses like this. It's just not. Alright, Renala.
Is it thy will?
Yes.
Now.
So I happen to know that the soft cap for Arcane is 80. We don't need another point beyond that. Let's grab the remaining. Let's go ahead and max out our stats where we want them. All right. Let's try an extra 200 points. Oh, we can't even have... Oh, I wanted it to be 80, not 90. All right, so we have 38. Let's try 38. And then put the rest... we might as well put... I don't know. I mean, we have 8 to play with, but maybe extra health might be the correct call. Let's cancel the rebirth.
Be not, I would burn.
So there are other faith requirements as well. If I look at our spells here, 42 gets us Flame of the Fell God, but it does not give us Noble Presence. So 42 would give us an extra spell.
Art thou now?
Yes, I am assured. So I think what we want to do is get our Vigor up to 40. Mind up to where it was. Endurance up to where it was. Endurance or Faith up to 42. And then this should bring us to exactly 80 Arcane. Yes. And we could play around with Flame of the Fell God as well. Is that a rune piece? Or is that a candle? Glow seems a bit too bright for a candle, but it's a candle. So, here's an engagement question I can ask everyone. Who's excited for the DLC? I'm excited. I want to play it. But, you know, we need to get a compatibility patch up and running first. Speaking of, I have a little vote going on. So if you haven't done so, please consider joining the Discord. Hopefully that shows up on the YouTube side as well eventually. But yeah, I have a Discord. Whether you're a patron, a Ko-fi donator, YouTube member, or not a YouTube member, but like a YouTube subscriber or a Twitch follower, please consider joining. We're having a little bit of a voting, we're having a voting event going on. So with our voting, it's in the voting on content. You don't have to worry about onboarding. I have a bot that does that for you. If you're fine with my game selections, while we wait for the compatibility patch to show up, and you don't need to do anything. If you want to change the compatibility, or not compatibility, if you want to change the games we're playing, if you think I should be doing something else, then you'll come over here, you'll click one of these options. If you want to replace Legend of Grimrock, you vote. If you want to replace Code Vein, you vote. And then you tell me what you want it replaced with. And if I kind of go by, if multiple people have the same suggestion, and I'll play that one instead. I realize that sounds a little confusing, but basically the voting is if people are unhappy with what I've decided to do while we wait for the compatibility patch between Elden Ring Reforged and the DLC Shadow of the Erdtree. That's supposed to drop June 21st. Okay, I'm gonna test out our new spell. Let's go test this out on a random enemy real quick. Although maybe not a colossal finger creeper. No, thank you. Test it out later. Not really worth testing right now. We could always go to another rest site and test it there instead. Let's go to the Giant's Grave Post and do that. I want to see how hard this spell hits before I make an informed decision on anything. And I realize mountain trolls are not the best source of that, but they're what I have access to. Okay, we can only spawn one of these at a time. Good to know. All right, so it's oh god. If it stays in the fire patch, wow, that is an impressive 3K. Now, I don't expect the giant to stick around in that. So I kind of think it's bad, but the Fire Monk set does boost the Fire Giant incantations. Noise, yep. We may or may not need to put on the fire defense equipment as well. We'll have to see. But I like what I see. I'm willing to try it out. We will want to change the weapon art to no skill. So that, let's change that to, like, no skill or something. That way the mimic tier isn't tempted to try that. All right, let's go back over to the foot of the forge and try again. Shall we? So, why do sharks swim in salt water? Because they sneeze in pepper water. That's the dumbest joke I think I've heard in my entire lifetime. I was watching someone do a review of a really bad GBA game called Duel Masters Senpai Legends, and not Senpai Legends, it would be Kaijudo Showdown. I was watching someone do a review of that, and in Kaijudo Showdown, the dialogue apparently contains jokes from an elementary grade joke book shoved in to all of the NPCs, and one of them was that joke, which I chuckled at the first time, but upon introspection, I later realized how lame it was. Now, we're gonna try again on this. We have a little more health. I still think we're gonna get two-shotted. But we're gonna try. We're gonna give it an honest college attempt. That is a good chunk of damage. I don't think this kind of spell works on the boss, though. Maybe that's not 100% true, but, like, he moves around so much. Alexander, I don't feel like you quite got the HP regen treatment, bud. This guy moves around so much. I think I'll just try summoning the flame onto the guy's chest and see what happens. Alex, did your healing buff already run out, my guy? No, you just keep taking the brunt of the attacks is what's happening. Nice. Wait, I'm sorry, what just happened? I probably need to be up close right now. I really don't feel like this spell. Nice. I mean, as much as I like the spell, I don't really think it's doing anything. I think I'm gonna be better off replacing this with Flame Fall Upon Them or something. I need something that whips out fast, hits hard up close, and, you know, on such a big, ginormous target, it probably works great. Normally on big bosses like this, I end up having to switch to a madness procer and just kind of dealing with it. Speaking of, one of the best features to come out of Reforged is the Codex, the Bestiary. We have access. I want to say it's ancient... No, it's not ancient dynasties. Mountain dwellers, right here. Affected by every status effect, so we can poison this guy. Ah, if only we weren't fire spells only. Oh well. It happens. Oh, we're summoning our friend, the Iron Jar. We can also have this other cooperator ready. Oh, he just straight up did not get that buff. Okay. Good to know. Alright, you got it. You wanted me to stay back? I'm staying back. Mimic Tier, where are you in this whole mess? You're over there. Okay. Ah, I see why Alex is here. He's a posture checker. Okay, I do feel like Alexander straight up is not healable. Nice. I will definitely die if I take another hit from that. Nice. I'm not really sure what to do. I feel like I'm in this weird place where I'm being too passive, but at the same time, it's like it's both the boss's resistance and it's like how big he is. It's really strange. The place I find myself in. I'm quite sure nobody in Elden Ring Reforged has fought the boss under this particular set of conditions. I'm kind of a unique person. I'm not the only person doing it, but a lot of other people are trying to make progress in Adept or Master difficulties and aren't quite so concerned. Actually, I wonder if Lutel is the answer here. We're gonna swap these two and see what happens. Okay, no, he does have this buff. What you need to do is just get Latenna perched on a rock of some kind. And not have this guy roll around every 5 seconds. Yeah, I'm not surprised I died there. I'm trying to find places to perch Latenna, but maybe the best answer is just don't summon anything. I'm not 100% sure. Oh, this boss would be daunting for me, even on even just using normal builds. This guy has a ton of health, and I'm almost quite sure I need to be using a melee weapon in order to break one of the leg shackles. Did I trigger the colossal thing again? Might have. Yeah, I'm in combat with something, so I definitely have. Let's just go through here. Maybe the best answer... No, there's not really a good answer to that. I think the best answer is to just get on this rock before he has the chance, and then summon Latenna. I thought that would probably happen. Now I could sort of like... Me and Alexander could attempt to... Hello, are you just gonna smack Latenna around anyway? Yeah, I feel like I need to wait before I summon anything. Maybe even hold off until phase 2? Nah, I need to be concerned about my own health right now. Yeah, I rolled into that like a dingus. Totally deserved. Yep. Alright, we're gonna hold off a little bit longer on summoning Lutel. Or, I'm sorry, Latenna. Lutel is like one of my favorite summons, if you couldn't tell. That's why I'll have to get Latenna and Lutel mixed up. My mouth wants to default to Lutel, even if it's not correct. I guess we can enter in from over here. Is there a difference? I don't think so. And you get Alexander either way. Wait for you to come up, my friend. I feel like I'm going to be dying a lot of times to this guy, just as a heads up. Alright, we're going to get up to the top of the hill. I need to watch my backside. Yeah, you do that, friend. We're going to put Lutel maybe right here. And she could just be peppering on constant damage in phase 1. Gotta get his attention on me somehow. Nope, when you do that, back off. I've determined that that is his get off me move. I most certainly don't want to be dying. Okay, that one I'm not gonna buy, game. Yep. When you do that overhead, I know to get away. Okay, sometimes he does not do the 3-hit there. Right? Yeah, I thought he would pivot toward me. Okay, I will die if I do not heal up. Can I jump over that when he slides the lid like that? Get comfortable, ladies and gentlemen. This is what's going to be happening a lot. Is fire giant attempts. I said the same thing when Rykard showed up. You know, with the god-devouring serpent, I was gonna be taking a long time to figure out, you know, how I wanted to approach that boss, and it's gonna take multiple deaths. That's another reason why we're using a hit counter manager instead of a simple death tracker, because with the counter manager, I know just from doing this that this boss is a weakness of mine. It's possible I actually this might be one of the bosses I want craftables for. I may want to poison him. I may also want to create rot pots. But yeah, the visual's a little hard to tell on dear old Alex. All right, we're gonna get Latenna sorted out. Alex, if you will do me the honors of taking aggro for a second. We get Latenna up nice and high on a perch. Kind of get her to take aggro for a second. She likely will not survive long when I do this. Nice. Yeah, I was too close. I feel like my cerulean count's too high. Nah, it's not that my cerulean count's too high. It's that I am literally not taking advantage of a status effect here. All right, we're gonna swap over to a madness skill. I get that Theodorix's is supposed to be very good. Like, Theodorix's Magma is a really good spell, but it's super close range. I don't feel like I can get it off in time. And so I just feel like the better answer would be to not rely on it. Turns out the extra faith is not really helping. It's not even really that far of a sprint on foot, huh? I may call the stream at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time tonight, because I am supposed to be attending a function tomorrow, and the departure time is 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, so I don't want to be late for that. And my presence would be sorely missed if I weren't there. Alright, Sir Fire Giant. I'm gonna let Alexander meander ahead before I across. Yeah, I see you over there, good sir. I could still get hit if I'm not careful. Here's probably good enough. Oh, you see that happening? Just gonna back off. Yeah, roll around if that's what you want to do. Nice. Got squashed by feeties. His resistance is so high. It has to be 50%. I may have to learn to fight him all by myself. Because when you use the gold summons, the NPC phantom summons, you do give the boss 30% extra health per summon, up to a maximum of like 90%. The percentage may actually be higher now that I think on it, but Alright, just gonna wait for you to start moving. Okay, we're gonna like... Just gonna let Alex... Nope. Yep. And I see him backing up pretty severely like that. It's trying to back off or get smushed. Okay, Alex. Right here ought to be good. Yep. Just gotta let him have his space. He'll let us approach when he's ready, like right now. And I can get flattened for doing so. I don't think I should be going close up like I am. I don't think that works. At least not with the health I have. And also, I think I just have to say no to generators for that fight. I think I just gotta... Well, no. I'm changing far too many things when there's no reason to. We need a generator anyway, just in case. We're gonna go back to what I was doing earlier and just try harder, I guess. I'll put on the flame protection spell if I think I need it. But it's very likely that I was going to die before it got any actual real use anyway. So how's everyone enjoying the content so far? Hopefully good. Hopefully good. I know I'm not the most chatty person when bosses are around, but this is probably the most chatty I've been on a boss. Alright, we're gonna try splitting off and seeing if the fire giant goes after me or this boss. Okay, here we are. Alex, if I could get you to aggro him for like a spare moment. Alright, maybe here should be sufficient. Yes. Maybe I just need to ignore his shackle. Nice, getting clubbed like it's Keebler's Club Crackers. This might be the one fight where I want clarifying boluses. Too bad I can't make any more. Nope. I'm hoping that this first phase is like the hardest I have to work on a boss ever. No, let's just get that over with. Not quite down yet. Wow, this guy's HP is just so much. All right. All right, I gotta get her to like take aggro for a second. Oh, did he transition? Thank you, Lieutenant. Damn, dude. Do you realize how, like, undefeatable you would be? How long we would have to spend in order to defeat you if you just never did this? Okay. He's like, I don't know, elemental hero, oh, Heat Soul, or whatever his name is. Can I, like, get a moment's, like... Nah, I can't. Alright. This is what we wanted that spell for. And I think I actually have to go lower on flasks. I want to do... I want to make one more honest, solid attempt at this boss. Might be more... And it might be important that I buff up Alexander in the very beginning. I may also need to buff up myself. Yeah, we're gonna attempt. All right, instead of the Crimson Crystal tier, let's try. Let's restore. Let's try this. Just shuffle everything over to FP. Get rid of that. No. That is not what I wanted to do. Oh, we will have to mark him. Let's also make clarifying boluses. We have none in storage and we can only hold 5 at a time. Well, let's try this spread right here. Give us extra means of which to increase our DPS. Being able to unmadden ourselves is going to let us do that. And additionally, I've got another piece of tech that may be worth considering, and that is the Sword of Night and Flame. Which helps drain status effect faster once we run out. But we do lose access to our FP region when this happens. We're going to give this one last honest attempt before break, and then we will take a break. I have no idea if we're going to be 2 minutes over or 20. Right, yep, we know you're gonna do some type of overhead slam. Or you could just roll over me. Right, Alexander. Summon Latenna right here. Flame grant me strength. And we'll roll just approach close enough for the spam. Right about here. Dude, is that like your best gimmick? Rolling over people? Nope, you're backing up. Followed by the pot swipe, pot lid swipe. Now we try to like sit back and maybe not take the guy's attention quite so much. Welcome back, the real Earl of Earth. Cousin just came over? Nice. Hopefully that meeting went well. No problem. Just need to try to take aggro now. Don't mind me, just fighting the largest chunker of a boss. Yeah, I thought I would get a little overzealous there. Thank you for the hype, much appreciated. I'm generally not too chatty during these boss fights, so don't mind me if I'm not extra responsive. Too far away. Yep, that was... Nah. That was a ill-timed spell cast. So, an honest, solid attempt of this fight takes, like, what, 15 minutes? That's insane. The amount of HP this guy has is ridiculous. But, you know, that's the thing about challenge runs. If you're gonna fight a boss with a damage type that they're extremely resistant to, I'm willing to bet it's 50%, just like it is with Rykard. You know, you're gonna expect the fight to drag out, and I have to figure out the right tension of keeping Alexander and Latenna buffed up, when to activate the Spirit Summon, when to go into Frenzied Burst spam, when to back off, all of that fun stuff. What I'll probably do is, it's time for a break. We're 8 minutes overdue for this break. And generally I take 5-minute breaks just in case anybody's coming in at the bottom of the hour that hasn't been here before. I run 90 seconds of ads. Please feel free to get up and stretch yourselves if you aren't subscribed or anything like that, or you don't have Twitch Turbo on. But when I come back, we're going to take a few notes, and then we'll proceed to attempt this boss some more. Thank you to everybody so much for stopping in, popping by and hanging out. Really appreciate it. And with that, I will see you guys after this short commercial break. Thank you. Sorry about that, folks. I am back. Since we're a little bit early coming back from the overdue commercial break, which I hope everybody enjoyed. I hate ads as much as the next person, but I hope people at least took the chance to get up and stretch for themselves. If you like this content and haven't done so yet, please consider leaving a follow. Please also consider a YouTube subscription if you have not done so already. If you're on YouTube and that is your platform of choice, I stream Monday through Friday, 7 p.m. to 11 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Normally, I realize these past 2 weeks have not been... I've not followed that schedule, but I'm going to try to get back to that. Dealing with the chest cold is rough, and it really stinks that my voice is still not fully recovered from it yet. I'm not quite at 100%. Speaking of, while I'm doing this bit of shilling, here's an engagement question. Feel free to answer if you want. If not, don't worry about it. I never force people to answer these. But what video game boss? This could be Soulsborne or not. But what in-game boss took you the longest time to beat? I still stand by Dark Eater Midir being the longest amount of time I've spent on a boss, just in terms of deaths. And I want to say he took me at least 2 to 3 days, if not a week, to get down. Never mind how long it took for the hitless challenge runs. I normally do the major shilling at this hour, but I thought I would give people a bit of a rest from that. I'll do the major, more involved shilling after the final break for tonight. I may feel up to also going an extra hour. We'll have to see. I don't normally start at 6:30. I usually start at 7 p.m. I streamed a little bit early today because I'm trying to make up for lost time. But the norm is 7 p.m., not 6:30 Eastern Standard Time. Anyway, enough prattling about that. As a bit of a reminder, welcome to ERR, an overhaul mod made by Team Reforged. Kirnifr and Evidian are the chief developers for it. Mostly Kirnifr, but I feel like Evidian has such a strong community presence for delegating work on various projects that I kind of feel it would be inappropriate not to include Evidian as a lead developer. Or a lead community development, something like that. I'll figure out what the right role for that is, or Team Reforged will actually tell me what the right roles for those things are. Anyway, there are lots of changes in this mod, too many to count. New mechanics, new bosses, the whole 9 yards. If you want to know more about that stuff, feel free to type in !commands to pull up the list of commands. You can also type in !CR to get the challenge run specific commands, or you can type in !ERR, ERRW, or ERRD to get access to the various Reforged related resources. For those of you on YouTube, this works if you replace the exclamation mark with an asterisk before you use those commands. In either case, back to progress. Trying to make these attempts on the fire giant. I want to get him done tonight, but I get the feeling he's going to be another Rykard. He's going to be another Godskin Noble. They're going to take me a long time to get down. I may also need the specific ring that boosts the amount restored by a flask. I feel like my flasks just need to go the extra mile this fight. All right. His HP isn't as resilient as I thought it was. I'm gonna make sure he's buffed up with, There we go. Now we'll give ourselves an attack boost. Yeah, I'm a little more adept at dodging your at dodging your attacks, mister. Actually, the madness proc sort of helps me right this second. Okay, quickly. I need to try to take the aggro off of Alexander quick. Although, getting one shot is not the way to do that. You should try to get Howl of Shabriri or the Frenzied Flame. I do have those spells. I'm not sure I can cast the Howl of Shabriri, even with the heightened faith we have. Let's look. Might as well look. Might have put the Howl of Shabriri in the chest. Hang on. Let's go to the sort chest. How do we switch? Here. Yes, I do have that spell. And we actually can cast it. So the reason I'm avoiding the Flame of Frenzy is A, I get squished. I have 40 vigor. I have exactly 40 vigor. I get 2 shot by this boss. I'm sure I could wear a bunch of defensive amulets to maybe get an extra bit of health in there, but for the most part, I'm not gonna last long versus this boss. I'm willing to try. So I appreciate any suggestions. I'm definitely not trying to shoot them down. So are you saying... Hold on. I'm thinking about... Can I get Great Shield Talisman? I may already have it. Let me look. Nope, that is a Dragon Crest Shield. 15% physical damage reduction. I don't think also Flame Drake. I do have the Flame Drake. I have the Flame Drake plus 2. Yes, Aniv. Hi, Aniv. For those who don't know, Aniv is a Markov chain algorithm AI bot. It learns off of the Super Metroid speedrunning community. So it says random stuff. If you chat with intelligible sentences, Aniv will try to do the same. If people are trolls, Aniv will learn from that and be a troll. As Big Funny, it's kind of why Aniv is here. Aniv is to keep me sane if I ever build up the bot statements or I type often enough. But I have Aniv set to reply about every 10 to 15 sentences. So they should be chatty without being overbearing. That's kind of the whole point. Okay, so the Great Shield Talisman. That's the one I don't know about. So let's look that up. So it was the Great Shield Talisman. Now, it's possible that that Reforged changed where this is. A fellow opera user, yes. I like to use it for its GPU consumption modulation. Erdtree, Gazing Hill, Site of Grace. Isn't that back in Altus Plateau? If it wasn't for that, I'd be using Brave, which allows me to squelch ads. You think... Let's see. Yeah, here is the Erdtree Gazing Hill. And it was a carriage chest east of there. We never did actually rummage through this. Let's try it. And we can play around with the Flame of the Fell God a bit more. Figure out if it's actually a spell worth using for this run or not. Me personally, along with Theodorix's Magma, I don't really think either of those two spells are worth it. In a normal playthrough, if I weren't doing a challenge run, I would say they have their place. From Malefactor's Everjail, let's see if we have that. That's the Golden Lineage Everjail. Okay, so there's an Everjail in Liurnia. Oh, that's where it is. That is the Royal Grave Everjail. Cuckoo's Everjail. Ringleader's Everjail. Ah! Akashio's Place. So that's where you're saying it is now, is in the Malefactor's Everjail? I'm going to look here before I go there, but if that's what you're saying, that's where I'll look next. Wait, no, the Flame of the Fell... Ah, yes, Flame of the Fell God. Glad we didn't get our wires crossed there. It's why I asked. Thank you. Yeah, this thing is... That's from Malefactor's Everjail. Yup. Yup. We got it pretty early on, too. And that was before... That was before... We fought Akashio during this routing attempt. Before then, it was still Thief Taker or Fire Taker Adan. Which, I gotta be honest, I like Akashio. I don't like Fire Praetors, but I do like the fact that it's an actual legit boss and not a PvP fight. Hello, yes, would you like to get involved? Get utterly annihilated. I'm quite sure a couple of Frenzy Bursts would have done the same. Okay, so... 1k damage. Yep. The Giant's Flame take the... Hello. The Giant's Flame take the also does really good damage. Oh, don't know if it'll work good on Fire Giant. Oh, absolutely not. I tried that a little bit before you got here, actually. And what I found is it deals decent damage, although he still resists half of it. But he moves around so much and so often that even aiming for, like, the foot doesn't really work. It just explodes in random spots that have nothing to do with the Fire Giant half the time, which is so sad. I wish it worked a little bit better than it did. So I'm definitely not going to be repeating taking the Flame of the Fell God into the fight. And this build doesn't really get access to being able to use this until later on. You're allowed to use buffs, right? Yes. I'm allowed to use fire spells, utility spells, and utility skills. I think I've made a command for this. Let me see something. Not that command. There we go. I've made a document containing the new... Let me take a look at this, though. No problem. Yes, I painstakingly went through Team Hitless. This is the group of people I'm using the base rules from. So I'm following all the rules up to X only, but I've modified them a bit for Reforged, because otherwise perfect deflects would be non-permissible in Reforged, because technically you're still getting struck by a hurt box and or being forcefully moved out of position. It's not a stagger, but it's still taking a hit. So I've edited those rules so that perfect deflects are allowed, because otherwise Elden Ring Reforged would not be able to have any hitless runs. It would be pure deathless, which I'm fine with. That this is a deathless run after all, but I would like to upgrade this run eventually to being hitless. Luckily, you weren't doing hybrid mode. I'll say I need to be careful. I actually have to go up the hill and take out the ballistae if I'd like to poke around in these chests. Yeah, I'm doing normal mode for this. There's no reason to do any... I heard Renala on hybrid is like the hardest boss. I'm sure she is. And if I ever do a magic run, a magic spells, magic damage spells only run, I'm sure she's hell on earth. I'm gonna focus on one run at a time. One run at a time. Fire spells first, and then my next goal is lightning spells. Want to get those two out of the way first. And then I could focus on the sorcery inclined runs, because sorceries are harder in challenge runs. You do have a higher DPS ceiling for challenge runs, but we have all these extra utility spells we can use. Sorcerers don't really get that, whether vanilla or Elden Ring Reforged. So we're going to be a lot more starved for healing or extra utility buffs in Reforged when we go to do that run. Speaking of which, this is just an engagement question. People, anyone in chat, feel free to answer or don't. Have you ever attempted to do a challenge run of any game? This includes speed running, by the way. Of any game in your possession. I'm a Soulsborne challenge runner, even if I am, you know, a wash-up or otherwise unsuccessful. I at least have that as a claim to fame. So yes, I have done challenge runs before. I don't really have the speed for a speed run. I can't do that sort of stuff. I wish I could. And I know speed running is a matter of precision, but I'm 32, and so I'm oh, okay, 32 is not really a good excuse, but my reflexes are already not the best for speed running in the first place. You've done 3 successful no-hit runs. Awesome. On DS3 and a fist only? Ah, okay. Cool. Well, what did you do for the no-hits, if you don't mind my asking? Okay, we don't need to be up here. DS3 fist only as hell? I can imagine. Especially because, you know, fists are even worse off in DS3 than they are in Reforged or in vanilla. And ER or vanilla Elden Ring fists are bad. Might as well be healing the boss with how bad they are. I commend Gino Machino for doing a fist-only run, but that is not madness I would want to put up with in vanilla. That's why I'm glad Reforged fixed all that. Elden Ring Fists is still rough, but way, way, way better than vanilla Elden Ring. Okay, we picked up the golden sword. That's carriage chest number 1. Is it this carriage? My no-hit, you did a free choice run? Ah, so you chose anything, right? I've never heard of a free choice, so when you feel ready, you basically get to swap back and forth between weapons. Just making sure I understand the category correctly. Because usually with hitless runs, you hear people lock into that, lock into a particular weapon selection. Did I already open this chest? Yes, I did. Alright, I need to find this carriage chest. Spell only and bow only. Bow only was hell. Yeah, I can imagine that. Ammunition's extremely limited in DS3 without mods. Yeah, the bows are really... They're powerful, but they're still bad in Dark Souls 3. I'm off. The deadline is solid. What deadline, Aniv? The stream deadline of 4 hours? I don't know what you're prattling on about, Aniv, but you do you. Okay. So these are 2 of the carriage chests. I don't think I picked up the Great Shield Talisman in either one. So is the 3rd one further up the hill? Yeah, I think I mentioned this already, but just in case people were here, the most prolific Dark Souls 3 challenge run I'm known for is Dark Spells Only New Game Plus all bosses. In which my proudest moment was 6-shotting Nameless King in Phase 2. I remember the 3 or 4 solid times I was able to do that. Phase 1, I think it also took about the same amount of shots, but great soul dregs. Mwah. Chef's kiss. Best spell. just huge, humongo range. Great Soul Drakes was like my favorite spell in the entire game. Once I got it, used it to great effect. Have I ever done TOD? TOD. What is that? The spell? I'm trying to think what that is. Tears of Denial. Is that the spell that acts like a second chance? The one that leaves your HP at 1 if you would take a fatal blow? That spell? Yeah. I've done it once or twice. But for the most part, I think I've used it once or twice on a normal playthrough. In challenge runs, I believe you're not allowed to use that spell. Or if you are, there are like certain stipulations on when it can and can't be used. I'd have to go look at the Hitless website for that. But I know there was a huge stigma around spells like that at the time that I was doing a challenge run years ago. So I just opted not to use it in a serious challenge run. Maybe I'll revisit Dark Souls 3 with a mod, of course. That's kind of my shtick around here. And attempt to finish a hitless run over there. I've played many hours of Dark Souls 3. Oh wait, you can use Black Flame spells as well, right? Yes, I can. In Reforged, Black Flame is not very good, specifically against bosses like Fire Giant, because the Black Flame tick is a flat damage per second, and it scales inversely based on boss HP. So with Fire Giant, Ghost Flame Ritual, so Ghost Flame deals magic damage, not fire damage, or I would totally use it. I realize fire spells only is a tad misleading, but what I mean is fire damage only spells. No problem. I've had several people actually suggest Ghost Flame to me, and I have to say the same thing. Okay, let's see. This is let's go to the map link for this, so I know where I'm supposed to look. Oh, it's like over here, kinda. I forget that death spells do magic damage. If this were a magic damage only run, oh, Ghost Flame is brilliant. Deals a lot of damage, and the frostbite procs are mwah, chef's kiss, perfect. Alas, this is not that run. Maybe I'll do a themed run one of these days once I get the fire damage spells only run out of the way, and it'll be like a flame spells only run, and then anything with flame in the name or in the theme is included, and then it'll be quite the challenge to get a build going around that. It's like over here-ish. Let's try going up the hill. Or maybe around here. I'm kind of wandering around with like a chicken with its head cut off. Let's not do that. Found in a chest on a wagon east of right. Ancient dragon land sacks. I'm so struck by this, and I know we don't have that talisman yet. I'm looking for a carriage somewhere. Maybe it's like up on the second level? Because if I look at this... Yeah, it's like... It's not in the valley, it's like up on top of the valley. I'm almost positive I didn't get it. I got a sword and something else. Let's look through our talismans and be sure. Thank you. I appreciate the asking. That's the ritual shield. The one with the shield. Hold on. I'm quite sure I didn't spot it. Oh, this? The great shield talisman? Yeah, it's a bit different in Reforged. If I were using a shield, this would be awesome. There are shields that boost. You meant the Dragon Crest talisman? Yeah, we already have that. That's right here. No worries. I was sitting here scratching my head like, what the heck? But no, we even already got that particular talisman. Okay. So I think now that little debacle has been solved, there's another one. There's like a +1. Is that what you're wanting to talk about? Let me go pull this up. Dragon Crest talisman? Did I get that correct? Oh, right. It's the great... That's it. That's where the mix-up's happening. Ah, that would be why. We have not gone there yet. That is in Elfale, Brace of the Halig Tree. Yeah, we're not getting that one for a little bit longer. Aniv. Why Aniv? I don't know, Aniv. That's gonna be hell getting there. Yeah, it is. And I'm almost quite like, there's a boss that I've not found yet. The Stray Mimic Tier. There's supposed to be a hidden path to the Halig Tree, and I've not spotted it yet. I've been told that it's supposed to come after dealing with the Fire Giant. Like, that path makes itself more known, but I'm not 100% sure on that. I could be totally barking up the wrong tree, and we could go to Elfale right now. I'd like to make a couple more attempts on Mr. Fire Giant. We're gonna change up a few of our talismans, though, if I'm gonna do that. So... We definitely need the Cerulean Seed Talisman. We're gonna try not using the Green Turtle Talisman. And seeing what kind of difference that makes. So let's start spamming spells here. Until I'm fully gone. There. That's as close as I can get to empty. Okay, so that's with the Cerulean Seed Talisman. So if I go back and spend spells again, this might be a faster way to do it. Yeah, this gets us a little bit closer to empty, I think. Yeah. I want to use it, but the truth is that the Cerulean Seed Talisman just doesn't do enough. We actually restore more FP by just letting our magic dagger slowly build it back up over the course of a fight. Unfortunate. And then as for this, I wonder... I'm trying to think here. My problem, I suppose the reason you're pointing out the Dragon Crest shield and like the Flame Drake shield, I hope they add a better seed talisman in Shadow of the Erd Tree. Me too. Yeah, because I think in vanilla it probably serves a fine enough function, but in Reforged, this currently does not do very much. Because you're dealing with FP at the level of hundreds of FP, so it restores more, but the value hasn't changed, so it doesn't restore enough. So what's the point? Okay. I don't think there's a good adjustment I can make here. I think the most I could do is put on the Godfrey icon. Yeah, I think I could put on the Godfrey icon and that would be about it. Or the Fire Scorpion charm. Yeah, could do that. It's worth a try. I'm essentially, you know, gonna be one-shot territory for now on, but this is fine. Perfectly fine. That one should give better DPS. I agree. Before we go in there, let's take off the Flame of the Fell God. I'm not wanting to use that for this fight. And I'll try the Flame of Frenzy. I don't think it'll go over very well, but I'm gonna try. Because I think you're right. It does deal more damage. As long as I point it at the guy's foot. If I don't do that, it's a problem. I'll see everybody on the other side of this. Wish me luck. And we wait for this guy to flip his lid, literally. I know it's a great shield, but it feels like a kitchen pot lid to me. Alright. Alex, if you could like... Or he can roll away. This also works. Okay, we're gonna get on this nice little clearing here. Alright, Latenna, have at it. And I gotta figure out my moment to get nice and close. And if I could go off-center, that would be great. Alright. Now we can do that. And I'm gonna have to wait for him to move. Gonna go take a shower? BRB in 20 minutes? You got it. Thank you for hanging out with me. Enjoy your shower. Thank you. I hope so too. Alright, Alex, let's get you buffed up. Sure, you want to do that? Go ahead. Oh, right, I have no extra healing. I'm kind of stuck just hoping I don't get hit. Yeah, I thought so. I'm gonna try something. We have the faith for this. We can do it. Great heal, and then we set up the same spells. We did also want to try the damage boost from Shibriri's. Ooh, we're at an interesting point of tension. No, okay, we could just barely fit it. We could barely fit this. Heal, Golden Vow, Shibriri's, and Flame grant me strength. Alright. We got all the buffs, and I have the ability to attack from a distance if I really want to. We're gonna give this one last attempt and then it'll be break time. Thanks to everybody again for hanging out with me so far. Much appreciated. As a bit of a reminder, I'll do any major shilling after the break. Let's summon this cooperator, please. It's essential that I wait on the Howl of Shibriri until I know that this guy is attacking Alexander and not me. Well, I got good news and bad news, folks. The good news is that Shibriri's Howl works for getting aggro. The bad news: it doesn't protect me or offer me a reasonable damage boost of any. Well, that's not true. Hang on. This is the nice thing, is I can pull up the information from this wiki. Go right to the Reforged wiki. We can take a look. Let's look at her spells, because that's what's changed, is the spell. Frenzied Flame. Howl of Shibriri. Damage dealt. Oh, that's why. 30 seconds instead of 40. We deal 20% extra damage and receive 35% more damage. So it hits harder. Unfortunate. Nothing left to do but try again to make our way into this bloody forge. I'll give it one more try. I know we're going over every time for a break, but I'd like to make some progress today. I'm glad I wasn't getting whacked by using Shabriris there. Gotta get her up the snow dune just a little bit. Yep. It was real stupid on my part. I feel like I'm doing too much buffing, and that's causing me to use too much FP too quickly. And I also feel like I'm not... I feel like I'm just not making great progress. When I basically need to not be caring about Alexander as much as I am and just focus on pure damage. All right, it's break time. You guys know what that means. 5 minutes, 90 seconds of ad time. Thank you guys very much, and see you guys after the commercial break. Thank you. I am back, folks. Sorry about that. Hopefully everybody enjoyed maybe a slightly extended commercial break. LFG, ladies and gents. We got places to go and things to do. So I looked into the whole Halleck tree thing, and it is a harder area compared to the mountaintop. We need to do this. We need to be able to do this, because a lot of these other bosses are in the consecrated snowfield, and they're even hard. Well, I wouldn't say they're harder than Fire Giant, but like they are hard. And this is another good benchmark. I totally expect to spend 50, 60, 80 deaths on this. Really, truly, I do. We just need to keep at it. It's more important that we buff up the guy's defense so he doesn't break like pottery shards. And believe it or not, I will actually have the chance to buff him once Alexander, you know, fails the pot lid check. Right here. Nice. Yeah, that turned that into like a near one-shot. And I know he's pretty good at snap pivoting too. Have I been marking these deaths? We've been to phase 2 once. I'd like to get there again today. And I don't feel like I'm running out of stamina at unreasonable points. So I feel pretty good in taking off the green turtle talisman. I feel like, I think Blessing of the Erd Tree is just going to be more valuable overall. Nice. I got rolled over. Right about here, probably sufficient. Howl. No, I'm not gonna be able to buff him anymore. That's too dangerous. Welcome back. Welcome back. You gonna break your posture, bud? I'm sorry to hear your shower experience was awful. Okay. How close are you getting to me, bud? Might be able to buff him, but I have to... Nah, not like that. Wait for Alexander to get a little bit closer. Nice. Yeah, that's too risky. I think I can buff him once. And then after that, if he dies, he dies. It can't be helped. Which I think what this really means is Latenna is not the summon I should be using for this. It needs to be another face tank. What do we have for upgrade materials? We have a Ghost Glovewort 9. Which, if we look at our summons, +6, +8. Well, that's part of it, is, we have +8s, and we have a 9. Yes, we are allowed to use Great Runes. I just don't have any of the materials for rune arcs. I would have to go and buy or make some. I guess we can do that. We might as well. I know of a good spot to farm them up real quick. I would recommend the spot out by Eastern Limgrave with the giant rune bears, but they're giant rune bears. And fighting a land octopus for access to gold fireflies is preferable to fighting rune bears for access to gold excrement. Also, the gold fireflies break down for more materials. let's go ahead and get a... Let's change out... Get rid of that and put on... Rune bears are like one of the worst enemies. But I think they're debuffed. They are. We're also at a point in the game where the ones in Limgrave aren't quite as bad. We can probably four-shot them with what we have access to. They're still annoying. And I would much prefer to fight the land octopus instead, who we can three-shot, and we might even be able to two-shot with the correct build. We do have to repeat this loop a few times, but that's fine. I have no problem doing this. Although, even though rune bears are annoying, they've got a certain rhythm to them. If you get used to fighting rune bears, which I have to on some level because of the fulminating rune bear, I still stand by the Royal Revenant just being the worst enemy on Earth by far. Nothing tops a Royal Revenant in terms of regular trash. I think that's not quite a two-shot. So close, but not quite a two-shot. Yeah, very holy damage. The only thing I could be doing more is to have like a better incant talisman and be willing to swap out my spell speed for the red branched sword talisman. But to put on the red branch sword talisman would mean lowering my HP to 10% or less. And I'm not about that life. If I really feel like I need the extra oomph, I'll consider it then. Also, I don't, even though this damage is really good, it's on Limgrave enemies, and I'm really not sure. Okay. Sure. Alright, what did we leave behind? Any gold fireflies? If I really wanted to, and I were willing to risk death, I could also run through here on Torrent, because the forced animations are not tied to Torrent, they're only on foot. That's an ERR special, for those who don't know. For some reason, Kirnifr and company decided that not being able to spam Y on foot is a more immersive experience, I think is the argument I've heard for this before. It's like, oh, you're on foot. You're supposed to take a second. Well, then the animation should take like a second. Should literally stop moving while that's happening. It's a strange change to make out of all the things that could be changed. Elden Ring Reforged, for the most part, I think is a really wonderful mod. I love it to death. I literally can't go back to vanilla. That's why I'm willing to wait for the compatibility patch. But for as great as this mod is, there are some changes that they're a strange sort of hill to pick a battle on. Like the animations for collecting materials on foot. Or the Godskin Noble being in the elevator. I like the concept, but I think the Godskin Noble elevator fight is very frustrating without some extra safeguards. I'm not sure why I'm buffing this spell, but we are. Yeah, that's even more damage. We fully committed to the charge on that one. I love this mod, but there are definitely some things even I don't agree with, and I'm a pretty staunch, I would like to think I'm a pretty staunch advocate for the Reforged experience, because there are a lot of people out there who listen to Lobos Jr. or some of these other streamers that have played through Reforged before. Lobos Jr. Ignored the Reforged mechanics and was like, yeah, we should wait until this mod finishes. Iron Pineapple was like, oh, well, you know, we did this on the hardest difficulty on purpose with friends. Yeah, the hard difficulty sucks. Not like completely sucks. They were fair with their review, but they more or less said there are some things that they would consider BS, and they have a high tolerance for it. But this is on master difficulty with raid mode on. And then there was another streamer. Was it Distortion? It might be Distortion 2. That played through this, and he and his chat were more or less like, LOL, why is this so hard? There's no reason for Reforged to be this difficult. The reason it's difficult is because it's been de-cheesed. That's a good chunk of why it's hard. You're not allowed to have a +8 weapon at the start of the game. You're not allowed to speedrun to Rogier and get a +8 rapier. You're not allowed to run over to Kalè and get the meteor staff. You're not allowed to cheese things. It's just part of the policy that Kirnifr has, the part of their vision. They're allowed to have that. And if that makes the mod, you know, maybe not everyone's cup of tea, that's fine. We already weren't winning with the crowd that was not wanting a Dark Souls experience in the first place. But the part of the crowd that, let me just break down some materials while we're here. And I should not be breaking them down into... I definitely want to be doing that instead. The thing that gets me is people take the hard mode experience or the fact that some things have been de-cheesed and are like, wow, the game was hard enough. You didn't have to make it harder. There's no reason to make it harder. Right? But people are viewing Elden Ring Reforged through the prism of it being a Kaizo game, and it's not. Or Musui. Whatever the Japanese want to use for the word difficult. The game is difficult, and Reforged makes it a more technical game. I think people mix up technical for difficult. Dodging and ducking in this game are tighter. The hitboxes are de-janked. But you can do a lot more with the game's de-jankening and tighter, like, dodge windows and the technical abilities that you have, like perfect deflects or perfect attacks or perfect dodging. All those things add a more technical element to the game that, for as technical as it already is, because you can cheese Elden Ring to a certain extent, it loses some of that technical edge. Also, at the end of the day, I'm a firm believer that with overhaul mods like this, how many of these can we make? 8? I'm gonna do one more round of grinds and we should call it good. That's about 2 laps. around the lake. My apologies. I'm of the firm believer that these overhaul mods need to, for the sake of keeping their authors interested in making them, they need to be an extension of the mod author. So Kirnifr plays this game on mouse and keyboard. Kirnifr plays this game on mouse and keyboard. So you have a much better sense of what the game's dodge windows or attack windows look like when you're skilled, when you're not relying on a controller. Controller's a crutch. I'll say it. I'm a controller user. I have no problem admitting that. The more technical control scheme is found on mouse and keyboard, and the best way to become tuned to games like this is to just take the plunge and figure out the keyboard controls. I know enough about the keyboard controls that I can walk, dodge, roll, run, aim a bow, or interact with the map and grace sites. I can do all of that on a keyboard. I know enough to navigate myself out of dangerous situations that I would otherwise be unable to do because my controller died. I don't just sit there in a wild panic and wait for my keyboard or wait for my character to die. I can actually do something about it. But that's the extent of what I know. I can't actually play the game on mouse and keyboard. I can exist in the game, but I cannot play in the game, if that makes any sense. I can't attack well. Like, I know you can use the mouse buttons, and I do use the mouse buttons to attack. That's the whole aiming a bow thing. I can attack with my mouse, but that's a rough ride. To have to swap from the mouse to the keyboard, to cycle the items and the arrow pads, it's a lot. It's a lot. But Kirnifr does it somehow. Because they're, well, not somehow. Kirnifr is practiced at it. And so, Reforged is like an extension of them. I know what Kirnifr's playstyle is like because I'm experiencing this mod, this thing that they've put a lot of work into. Whereas Team Convergence, like the Elden Ring, the Convergence, you get a sense of what Tiger G92 and Couch Jockey's playstyles are like. Well, okay, if we free aim, we can get the actual two-shot. The actual, factual two-shot. That is awesome. Pretty happy about that. I'll take two-shotting a land octopus. But it's gotta be free-aimed. It can't be anything else. Is that like 24-ish? 21. Let's see, there's got to be one or two I've just glossed over. Huh. I guess there's not always 12 of them, huh? Yeah, that's the thing about loot, like, drop tables like that. There's a bit of variance involved. Anyway, let's break down our spoils. I think that'll have to be enough. I think we've got plenty of these alchemics. It may be necessary for us to poison the giant. I've thought about this long and hard. If I can't win the legitimate way, I may have to just get him with... I may have to poison him pretty severely. And, then try to go for others. I go for, like, other status effects. And have the poison just kind of whittle him down. But I'll think about that more. And be prepared with an answer on Monday. I take weekends off, for those who don't know. Let's make 7 more. 15 of these should be good enough for attempts at this boss. Alright, let's replace the spell. We'll replace this look like the last thing I do anyway. So we'll replace this with these 2 spells. Doesn't make much difference to me. And also, the thing about it is, or not it, but the thing about Reforged and Convergence is this. They're 2 completely different overhaul mods, and that's perfectly okay. You don't have to prefer one or the other, and you don't have to prefer one or the other to the point that you're tribal about it. That you become a snob or an elitist about it. I've seen things happen on both the Convergence and the Reforged Discords where each are sort of privately snubbing the other behind closed doors, and I don't like that. They're both different experiences. Yeah, the mod authors may not really get behind the vision of other overhaul mods, but to be quite honest, that is to be expected. You can't expect the mod authors to agree on vision, but you can't expect them to encourage and foster respect for the craft that is working on an overhaul mod. There's no shame here for people who like a Convergence over Reforged. Some people like their cheese and Gouda, and that's perfectly fine. I too like the game's cheese and Gouda. I just also like a technically robust game. Oh, I didn't upgrade the spirits. That's fine. No, it's not it. You gonna spam that? Is that what's happening? I am so dead. Yup. I was too close to being mad. I also didn't bother to pop the, I didn't bother to upgrade a spirit. Do we at least have hard runes? We do in fact have hard runes. Alright. Let's go spend our hard runes back at the table and upgrade spirits. We need to do that. Let's get our, let's get Kristoff up to +9. I think that's gonna help a lot. Let's also make our, let's make the clarifying boluses we need to make.
Well, I took you for no man to lay out your arms.
Alright, sell Hero's Rune. Roderica, help us out.
You here for spirit?
12K to upgrade that. 12K. Hope it's worth it. And we can convert that back to a hard rune we're not interested in. Alright, let's go. Let's try this again. Even though I normally stream for 4 hours, I will at least try to go to 11 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I think that's fair. And I believe I've got the energy for it. The tea with lemonade has really been helping out a lot. Keeps the post-nasal drip from building up too much. And I don't have to rely on a cough drop quite as often as as much as I currently would if I weren't doing that. And they would have to be the mentholated kind as well. Alright, Rune Arc time. We wanted to pop one of these. $2,500 HP is still not really going to help us avoid being two-shot, especially with the, no, it might keep us from being one-shot by the fire giant just looking in our general direction, but... doubt that's going to go over too well. Come on, flick the lid. Flick the lid. Flick the lid. You're not going to do that. Nice. Nice. He just snap pivoted and took us out. I'm also fairly sure we didn't track the last 2 deaths. Also, I don't know why I'm going up there. I literally don't need to do that if we're summoning Kristoff. That was an unnecessary death. Just for not summoning the right NPC. I need to stretch out my resources somehow. Yeah, he just rolled, pivoted, because I just finished casting Howl Shabriri, and so I was the aggro target, and he killed me. I don't like this spell. I think it paints a target on my back when I don't want it to. I think I'm better off just not having him snap pivot to me like that. I suppose it's the ebb and flow of it, right? If you can manage, you know, the aggro pivoting and everything, that's great, but I can't. I'm weak. Pathetic. Can't do it. We gonna be here a while, folks. I could see this taking a week to get down, because the thing is, I don't really know what I'm supposed to do with this boss. I don't know if the correct answer is don't summon anything. I don't know if the correct answer is don't summon Alexander. I'm not sure what the answer is supposed to be. Nice, nice. Oh, right. He snap pivoted to Kristoff. Not smart. Dead. Not dead. No. I don't know when the best time to approach is either. Which, you know, I'm thinking on it. And this is probably why there's a recommendation for Frenzied Flame. Because if I can get close, like, I'm going to stagger him more often, right? Like, my build is at odds with itself over how to handle the fire giant. And it's very possible the correct answer is poison him. Poison him, inflict all kinds of statuses. Because I am allowed the use of utility consumables. Alright, we're gonna try not summoning Alexander and seeing if that changes things. I think the correct answer is don't give the fire giant 30% health. Alright, gonna... Nice. And I do have to spend some amount of time with him aggroed to me. No exceptions. Nah, you gonna do that? That's fine. No, almost dead. Almost. Nice. Nothing to do but keep trying.
Nothing to do but keep trying. Nothing to do but keep trying. Nothing to do but keep trying. Nothing to do but keep trying. Nothing to do but keep trying. Nothing to do but keep trying. Nothing to do but keep trying. Nothing to do but keep trying. Nothing to do but keep trying. Nothing to do but keep trying. Nothing to do but keep trying. Nothing to do but keep trying. Nothing to do but keep trying. Nothing to do but keep trying. Nothing to do but keep trying. Nothing to do but keep trying. Nothing to do but keep trying. Nothing to do but keep trying. Nothing to do but keep trying. Nothing to do but keep trying. Nothing to do but keep trying. Nothing to do but keep trying. Nothing to do but keep trying. Nothing to do but keep trying. Nothing to do but keep trying. Nothing to do but keep trying. Nothing to do but keep trying. Nothing to do but keep trying. No
Alright, that's cool if you wanna... if you wanna not bother waiting for me, Kristoff, be my guest. Nope. Get back, or I'm in this weird position. Dead. I'm taking opportunities to cast where I shouldn't be. I can't just like... I can't be panic casting. I will lose every time to that. I'm surprised that Kristoff is as resilient as he is. I sort of expected Kristoff to not. Like, I suppose if he's actively taking damage instead of just passively being there, that's like that's contributing to his longevity greatly. All right, Kristoff. You want a face tank? Be my guest. Dang you. Nice. Oh, I'm dead. Oh, no, I'm not dead. I do need Kristoff to take aggro off me for a second, however. Okay, it's so strange. I just don't have a good way to get close to him. I mean, these are the rules of the challenge. Like, you've had bosses that are just gonna take a while. It's how it is. I do think I found a path of least resistance. And that path is mostly just don't spend FP ever. Like, I need to spam my generator like there's no tomorrow. Yep, he chose to roll again. All right, Kristoff. Nah, get back. Get back. Heal. Now run in. Roll forward. Alright, we drink. That's what I've got to do. So be it. Okay, he's gonna pivot. He's gonna do worse than that. I was just not ready to roll that. We got one, maybe two more attempts. And then I don't think I definitely don't think we'll have time for any more, because it'll be 11 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, and I got an event to get to tomorrow. As the birthday recipient that I am visiting is an uncle of mine, when he's had a bout with cancer. He's on the losing end of it now, so I have to try to see him before he passes on beyond this world. I think he deserves at least one more good visit from me before he passes on. So thankfully I usually don't stream on weekends anyway. The next time you guys will see me will be on Monday, hopefully, unless my body begins to like wear down, and then I don't know where I'm gonna be, but I'm gonna actively try to make sure I return to my normal schedule. But if you're wondering why I'm not gonna be around even when I'm normally not around anyway, that's why. I'm almost like giving him I want to give him a good send-off. Not that I think he's gonna die this year, but you just never know. You never really know when cancer's gonna take you. Christoph, if you would please. Nice. I can't even buff to myself for 5 seconds. Without the guy snap pivoting in my direction. One more solid attempt to bring our rune arcs down to an even 10. And then after that, that's it. It'll be time for wrap-ups and shout-outs. Hopefully everybody's been enjoying the progress attempts so far. Don't need to spend that FP quite yet. Buff now before I see the pot lid pop out. Foot is covered up by the rocks. Nice. Extra nice. Kristoff, I could really use your ability to take aggro for just a second. I just stood there casting a stupid long spell and died. Alright. I'm gonna have to think a while about how to conquer this boss. We are gonna have to conquer it. It's an all bosses run for a reason. Most likely, I'm gonna have to just go grind up a bunch of ingredients for poison pots. That's gonna have to be what happens. Because we need some way of keeping his health whittled down. I do think not summoning Alexander helps. Although it might be possible to summon Alexander if, you know, the poison pots do work effectively. But I think that's what's gonna have to happen. That's going to be what pushes him to phase 2 pretty consistently. And then we can go from there. My name is Coinstamp, or Swirling Vortex, or Steven, for those of you on YouTube. Goodbye! Twitch, tell them bye. We're gonna be shouting some people out on Twitch. Thanks again to Gracker221 for stopping by. If you guys have not followed Gracker221 seriously, please do so. As for other shout-outs this evening, looking at the ones that I want to shout out. So one of them is a man by the name of Reaver of Bone. I was recently on his Skyrim crowd control scream. Yes, crowd control stream. It was pretty good. By use of pure crowd control glitchiness, I was able to sort of swat away a lot of the negative interference that people were putting into Reaver of Bone's Skyrim crowd control account or profile. Let's give the man a shout out. Okay, half a mile northward. Seems a little help cool you got it. Hey, Nev. Hi again. Glad you could grace us with that rather enlightening speech. As for the other one, there's a guy by the name of Baked Goldfish 1125. They're playing some Grand Theft Auto 5. I'm not exactly sure what kind of streamer they are yet, but I will check them out real soon. But they probably work super hard on their stream. And if not, they still work hard on their stream either way. Because you don't know what kind of effort goes into pulling off a stream. In any case, we'll give a shout out to Baked Goldfish 1125. That's gonna do it, folks. Thanks again for hanging out with me. If you're still here on YouTube, congrats! You've made it through the Twitch shoutouts. And you can now leave the chat along with everybody else. I'll have some more, I'll make sure I get some more streams projected out for next week. Before I go, there's one thing everybody should know, and that is, if you hadn't, please consider joining the Discord. Please. I put a lot of effort into having all these resources collated for everybody. Among the resources that I think are most important for people to see is the Google Calendar. If you have a calendar app, any calendar app, as long as it syncs with Google, you can accept the Google Calendar invite and then sync it to the regular calendar on your phone. That's what I do with my family calendars, my house sitting calendar, and other calendars that are out there. They're really helpful they're really helpful for staying up to date. And I update this thing often. Granted, the past 2 weeks have not been a good example of that, but that is going to change starting Monday. Seriously, if the only reason to join the Discord is for keeping up with content, the content resources is how you're going to do it. Also, my YouTube link is here. We have a rather quiet community here in the Discord. I am looking to cultivate one. That has changed since the last time I've made a Discord. So if you're looking to join a quiet community of people, please consider following, subscribing, all that fun jazz, and then come join the Discord. For those of you on YouTube, it'll be in the description. And for those of you on Twitch, there's a panel. It says Discord on it. If you click on the one that says Op10 Network, you're going to go to a different Discord. Don't do that at your leisure. The one you want to click on just says Discord. Promise. In any case, I've gabbed at you guys enough about that. You guys know the algorithmic stuff to do or don't do. That part's up to you. And when next we meet, I will have a better plan moving forward for the fire giant. This has been ERR, DABFSO, Deathless, all bosses, fire spells only, routing for Elden Ring Reforged, an awesome overhaul mod made by Team Reforged. And with that, take care of yourselves, stay safe out there. You're welcome here on my Discord or in my Twitter DMs anytime. And with that, goodbye.